Like having, yeah, at some point I better have that one, but are you worried about that? Did you hear the white shot time or no?
It was stupid, but I was just like,
Press with a gallery ticket.
Christine, I get them coming back. They're not going to come back.
I'm going to escort them. This is everybody.
Do we have to go like right to the thing?
Everybody with a ticket goes into the chamber. Cameras, break down, roll it out.
Oh, okay.
You may not. You may not. Yes. So, you have to take sign the ticket.
Oh, she's supposed to come through here?
Yeah.
I assume we'll be coming with the senators.
I can like 220, but I guess
This was the only press event here. If you don't have a ticket and you're a gallery regular with an office space in one of the Congressional media galleries, you may also gather. Yeah, you have a ticket or this.
Which gallery are you looking at?
Baby, bring it to the article.
You must have a ticket to be in the Daily Gallery. Might not be.
Yeah, I mean, you need it? Yeah. I'm just going to do it since I'm not doing it elsewhere. It makes sense. Well, my laptop.
Because once you do that,
Yeah. Well, I might do that. Always a pleasure, bro. I'll see you.
Go down into.
You as well.
come over to the book.
I will. I'll shoot you a text. Okay.
If you don't mind, because I just want to make sure that I need it.
Everybody going to
are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I am okay. A little late on the road.
I know. That's good to
Not
see.
to worry.
Do you need any help since you need to file right now? And I'm right here for you.
Another top quickly.
Okay.
And then go into the address
Take care of some
and go
business.
home.
Oh. Look at you. I got him. I got him. He finally, I got him. Stop. Handle your business.
I'm glad I got to see you in for a hot second.
Take care.
We didn't need to move from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., did we? For no reason.
I unplugged this
Perfect. But
thing.
just
Very good.
Thanks for coming on.
This is all done. This is all good.
That's why I make sure to get that box. Mostly. I'm at least going to do that. Spread that. Like, and then it
that's basically anything in the networks are but like the fact that they just like kind of on that already.
I'll let you know though if your curator comes through.
Yes, I believe so. And if you can, there is the elevator. That is the elevator. Oh, there. Like that over there. I'm guessing the doors are shut down at the moment. But like that's the only reason I don't go that way is because I know I'm on it. Thank you for the help. That was very well. There's always something about that. End of story. Good to see you. You too. Catch you on the next one. Yeah, are you done or can you go out there? I might be joining you.
Sorry.
Oh no, you might be joining you out of there. We'll see.
For real.
No. Not allowed. Vance is already here. So he's right there. She goes, Vance is coming. I go, he's right here.
I'm gonna double check.
I think the CNN thing was great. The brunch.
Yeah?
Yeah, Kara and I had a great time, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
We kind of knew everybody, and
That's so cool.
not everybody, but everybody was like just happy to see us, and we just moved around. They were like, great.
That's so nice.
We just went home and sent everything, and it was pretty smooth.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked
The
out.
British were great. They're really good
Right.
staff. Thanks for recommending on that.
Yeah, of course. And how was obviously the evening for you?
Oh, it was crazy. Yeah, it was
I
really
saw
good.
your shots, of course.
It was a little scary.
Right.
Definitely scary.
So, right when you heard it, did you shift, or like what was your situation?
We had just left the buffer to go to our, because everyone was starting to eat.
Yeah.
So when it was like outside the ballroom, up the short steps, and then we were down at the bottom of the stairs in there. It's like the main hallway, sort of. And because we were sitting at the bottom of the steps, they just had tables set up to us, like off to the side, with all of our dinners. And
Wait, how long was the event? Like, was it 4 hours, like always?
it was supposed to be, but it ended before nobody got dinner. It ended before it
Oh,
started.
sorry. I thought you were still talking about CNN. Sorry.
Oh, no,
we're
it's in
now
the evening.
on. Sorry.
I was like,
Okay.
the dinner.
No. Sorry. I was just looking at the editor writing. So
Yeah.
back to the dinner. So you were saying you were in the buffer.
Oh, yeah. What were you
In the
asking
dinner.
about before?
Sorry. I asked you about CNN. Then we switched to the dinner, and then I looked here.
Oh, you're good.
Use this. Wait. Sorry. 1 second.
I'll hang out here. See if it goes through.
Wait, sorry. Okay, so you were in the buffer at the dinner, and you heard everything?
Yeah. We left the buffer because everybody was supposed to eat.
Yeah.
So they just had quick opening remarks. The color guard came to say, national anthem and all that. And then we naturally get taken outside
Right.
to go sit in our hold until we were allowed back in. And then when that happened, we were at the bottom of the stairs. And then we heard everything about 5 or 10 minutes into sitting there.
Yeah.
Then all the shooting started. But because we were outside the ballroom, it was a little more quiet, but we were at the bottom of the stairs, it just echoed down, and we were like...
And did you know right away?
Initially...
I'm just testing this.
No, please do. Initially, like, there was... When that guy put out that first shot, I'm thinking because it was dinner time, that someone had just dropped a big cart of food or something near or down the stair.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that hit a landing on the concrete. Like,
Right.
That makes sense. And then...
Because your mind goes to places right away without you considering.
And then I heard the return fire. And I was like, and then what confirmed my fears was that I watched all the engines and it runs out. Like, oh, okay, this is getting really serious. Cool. And then everybody started yelling. It was very...
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo.
The President pro tempore of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Majesty Charles III into the chamber. The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. And the senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Shaheen.
All members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
We never know who this is.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Oh,
Film it.
Mr. Speaker, Their Majesties King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community. and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. as President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The Founding Fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength into diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast. not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States. In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership we must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defence. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavours together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset. Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security. The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Off the curb, off the curb. Off the curb. Back towards the steps. Back towards the steps. Keep going. Back towards the steps.
बोला कि ठीक है मैं चला जाता हूँ। चला गया, मैंने उसको समझाया, मैंने कहा यार घर जाके रहो थोड़ा शांति के साथ। कहता रोज़ यार जलील करती है, करती है। तो वो चीज़ें जो है वो रहता हूँ बच्चों के चक्कर में रात लगा, लेकिन अब मुझसे होता है तो ठीक है तू देख ऐसे ऐसा होता। फिर मैंने उसको समझाया, मैं कहता घर चला गया ये बोला।
Where's he going? Outbound, cross?
Straight.
Yeah, well, he's more progressive from sanitarian.
audio.
What kind of bird?
The Jim Watson.
Watson doesn't do bird calls. He doesn't just bite There he goes.
But then I see colleagues going other places. I'm like, hang on, have I done something wrong?
Remember that time we saw like Joe Biden's dog? Here for that? Saw his dog like up in the
On
Yeah.
the Truman balcony?
yeah, but that was when people like
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's that dog? What's this dog's name?
that was Commander.
Yeah, I think it was Commander.
The 29th, we have to have a solemn day. When I lose myself. I don't think the consequences.
Yeah.
I'm not taking any interviews.
She had some bad moments
Day
last
off.
night.
I'm not taking
What do you mean fears? Like
Well,
she's a puppy, right? So like bite or is she aggressive?
So normally she'll take a shot or a shoe. She'll lunge to bite you.
Oh, it's so exciting.
She's going to spend some more time with the trainer to try to decipher that out.
I'm sure she'll grow out of it.
Like when there is no help.
Gabapentin.
That's exactly right. Daisy got it. It was a big help.
What are you on goal? Do you know what they're going to mess with? I told some people last week.
You probably would want to get like another dog too.
Yeah, she's going to get another dog.
I think I should.
Some borderline cases. So they said that's one time.
You have to have like 3 months ready for it.
Am I okay here? Yeah, sure. Okay. If I'm like this, I'm okay. Do what? What is it? Yeah.
Where did you see the shots? There and there. Yeah, I was on before I was up there. So we just switched it back. I'm debating. Like, should I go?
Kind of did it yesterday.
I didn't see it. That's very Larry David. Curb. Which curb? I've been watching Curb. Yes.
Are you kidding?
It's how
Did you see that?
I'm only in season 9. I'm like, well, I've been watching it.
So there's a meme.
Only season 9.
But you've never seen all
I'm
of it.
like, I've been watching it. No, I started.
I've
in the
seen
beginning.
Elizabeth and I watched it all the way through like 3 times.
Oh, yeah. So Fred and I are watching it. But we're in
It's
season
so
9.
good.
It's so great. It's
One of the best shows of all time.
Yeah.
There's a meme from the dinner on Saturday where RFK security escorts Anna leaves Cheryl.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
It shows that
I know, she's like that.
I was like, go girl.
She was freaking out.
Yeah, I didn't think that she was more intense. I was like, she was girl. My girl, she's like, I'm going. Like, it was so I thought.
What I wasn't really ready. I didn't really realize that like a lot of jail orders they don't do what we do. They're not
Right.
they're not used to coming to protests, you know, and like getting roughed around.
Yeah.
So
Right.
they were really, really shaken.
Yeah.
Order, go! Attention! Ceremonial at ease.
No, I guess I was missing last time, so I ran it like. Really? Calms you down. Calm down. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yeah, right. They all stop when they're...
You are looking now at images of the south portico of the White House. That is where we expect King Charles and Queen Camilla to be making their arrival at the White House for the state dinner this evening. Welcome back. I am Meg Kennard here in AP's Washington headquarters, where we have been bringing you live coverage of this royal visit to the United States by the King and Queen. As we've talked about earlier today, this state dinner is really a fancy evening, and it's not something that we see for every foreign leader that visits the president here in Washington. It's only the second one of President Trump's second administration, but it's also a way to kind of show off a little bit in terms of what the White House and the United States can offer for foreign dignitaries. But it is also a way for the administration to play up the relationship between the two countries and kind of give a sense of how special they view the relationship to be between these two nations that are represented. So again, just to recap this day 2 for the King and Queen here in the U.S., there was the formal arrival ceremony at the White House. If you've been watching us and following along today, this may look a little familiar because it took place essentially here at this same general vicinity there at the White House. It was a bit different. There were some stands set up, a bunch of chairs where people could watch as bands played and performed for the King and Queen and the President and First Lady. But also that was the official arrival, the official welcome of the President and First Lady for the King and Queen here in their time in Washington. From there, the King and Queen went into the White House and spent some time with the President and the First Lady. The President and the King met separately in the Oval Office, while the First Lady went with Queen Camilla to the tennis complex there on the grounds of the White House for an event with some school children where they looked at some different pieces of technology. Then after that, the King went across Washington to the U.S. Capitol, where he gave an address to a joint meeting of the House and Senate. Again, that's another thing that we haven't seen with a high frequency here in Washington. Clearly, there are foreign leaders who are coming and going all the time, often meeting with the president at the White House, but not all of them give those addresses to Congress. So again, let's listen in for a moment as we see some activity here at the South Portico. Members of the military standing at attention and receiving orders, so we do anticipate that there will be some more activity coming here soon. I mentioned that things look a little bit different than they do for other state dinners. This is because we're doing the arrivals on an opposite side of the White House than typically is the case. Oftentimes, we will see foreign leaders arriving on the north side of the White House and entering that way. And if you were following along earlier, you heard us talking about the East Wing, and that is where a lot of those formal arrivals took place. The East Wing is no longer part of the White House, thanks to the demolition that took place last year to make way for the new ballroom project that President Trump has been planning, and construction of which is underway. This state dinner is taking place as cranes are still visible there at the White House complex. And throughout today, even with that formal arrival ceremony happening earlier, there were sounds of construction there at the complex. A lot of that project has been in different stages of litigation. The National Trust for Historic Preservation has filed a lawsuit trying to stop the project, but parts of the construction have been allowed to proceed while that matter remains in court. So there is still a lot of activity and a lot of construction happening there on the grounds. We are coming to you with these live pictures from the White House. It's getting into the evening here. I don't hear any sounds of construction now, but that certainly was the case earlier in the day. I was across town here in Washington a little bit ago and saw many vehicles arriving at the White House, different luxury buses and other vehicles, many people clad in tuxedos and evening wear making their way into the White House. Invited guests, I presume, as part of tonight's festivities. There are anticipated to be a number of guests, and security is very tight around the White House complex, as it traditionally is, but for circumstances like this, with the King and the Queen staying at Blair House, which is there just steps from the White House, that creates kind of an extra layer of perimeter security to get beyond Lafayette Park, right across from the White House, right next to Blair House itself, and then onto the grounds. Guard continuing to stand at attention here as we anticipate shortly seeing the King and Queen arrive for the state dinner. They'll be greeted by the President and the First Lady. We've been getting some information coming out about what's on the menu for this evening. Since we have a moment here, we can talk about a little bit of that. We discussed earlier how some of the menu for state dinners has changed a bit here in the U.S., moving away from maybe a more formal French cuisine to one that showcases a bit more of American ingredients and American styles of cooking. And I won't go through all of this, but there is a first course that includes hearts of palm with toasted shallots, micro mint, a garden vegetable velouté. There's also a second course with a spring-herbed ravioli, ricotta, morels. Third course, Dover sole meuniere, and snow peas and parsley oil. So for all of you foodies out there, there's just an idea of what guests will be entertained with this evening.
Made a great speech
was very jealous. Thank you very much.
Order! Oh! Ready, face! Port off! Forward! On! Back! Right! Right!
Hello and welcome back to AP's live stream coverage of this state dinner now that's happening between the President and First Lady and King Charles and Queen Camilla. We just saw them arriving at the White House at the South Portico. That's the same area where they did their official arrival ceremony earlier today. Now they are inside the White House. We understand that they will be having a brief tour of some documents and then also proceeding through a receiving line. And that is a circumstance at a dinner as big as this one that could take quite some time. But then after that is the main event, the state dinner happening at the White House. Joining me as he did yesterday for some of these events is Deputy Washington Bureau Chief Jack Arresto. Jack, thank you so much for coming back.
Thanks for having me back, Meg.
Absolutely. You are one of our historians of White House history and all of the kind of different machinations and pomp and circumstance that we see around these events. And we've been talking for a couple days now, kind of trying to wrap our arms around what's different with this state dinner and this royal visit. So we understand that there's a receiving line, and we also have seen from Buckingham Palace that there will be 120 dinner guests, I think, for this event tonight. But tell us a little bit, given what we know about tonight, how does that look and feel different than some state dinners of the past?
Sure. Well, we'll start with what you were mentioning before, Meg, about the East Wing. As we all know, the East Wing is no longer a part of the White House, and that is traditionally where guests would have come in. And while they were coming in that way, we would have normally seen the King and the Queen be received by the President and the First Lady at the North Portico. As we just saw a few moments ago, they've actually moved that to the South Portico this time to allow the guests to come in, because the public guests who are coming, or I should say the invited guests rather, who are coming in through the north. So that's the first big change we saw, and the President and the First Lady not only greeted the King and Queen on the South Portico, but then escorted them into the White House through the diplomatic reception room on the ground floor, and they'll be going up to the state floor where, as you mentioned, they'll be viewing some documents and eventually be doing a receiving line in the Blue Room. And a lot of these changes, I mean, there may be some changes regardless, but a lot of these changes we're seeing in events like this happening at the White House are because the architecture of the place, frankly, is different. There is no East Wing where a lot of these arrivals and official events were taking place. And as you know, we're flipped around to the opposite side of the property. But visually, I mean, aside from this technically being a different part of the White House, does it have a different feel? Or, I mean, we saw all of the band lined up and, you know, the horns heralding the arrival. Is it really all that different, or is it just utilizing a different part of the property? It might be just more of utilizing a different part of the property. The feel of the arrival is, of course, the same. You know, you're still having the media out front taking the photographs. There's still all four of them we saw posed for a photograph outside before going inside. What might be a little different, and of course we're not seeing live pictures of that just right now, but traditionally what would happen at a state dinner in the past is that the President and the First Lady would take their guests up to the yellow oval room in the private quarters of the White House, and there might be some exclusive guests who are invited to
That's
a small...
like the VIP area.
The VIP of the VIP might be invited up to the yellow oval room for a pre-drink, a pre-dinner reception, pre-drink, and then they would eventually come down the stairs and be announced to the invited guests on the state floor. It doesn't appear on the schedule that that's what we're expecting this time. It might be more of the documents, like you said, more of an earlier receiving line in the Blue Room. But what we do know, Meg, is that they're also going to be having the dinner in the East Room tonight, which is the largest room in the White House. That is the kind of traditional ballroom, or has acted as the traditional ballroom for almost all of the White House's history. The state dining room has seen most of the state dinners over the years, but as the President has mentioned, and many people have mentioned, the White House is only so big and can only fit so many people. So the East Room, it's not unprecedented to have a state dinner there. There have been state dinners held there really throughout most of the 20th century in some cases, but it's becoming more popular because it is a bigger room and can fit more guests.
Okay, I get that makes sense. I mean, clearly the ballroom conversation that the President has been having has amped up a lot, especially in light of recent events over the weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But this is 120 guests, and it seems like that number of people would probably be kind of engulfed in a large space that is like the one he's talking about. So
Yeah.
it's an intimate dinner, but maybe that makes sense for the kind of space you're talking
Definitely
about.
an intimate dinner nonetheless, and we're being told by the First Lady's office that there's going to be a lot of different decor around. We're told cherry blossoms are going to be a flower that's going to be featured throughout the White House, particularly in the entrance hall. This is a particular flower that Mrs. Trump has used quite often in her time at the White House, both in the first term and the second. We're also being told that the Clinton china will be used. That was made around 2000, around the White House's 200th birthday.
Okay.
That's still in use, but also because there are so many guests, they'll also be using some of the Bush china as well. So a little bit of mixed match there.
Yeah, it's a nice bipartisan dinner.
Which is very common at White House dinners because there is only so much historic china, and a lot of first families like to mix it up to kind of show the history and the span of the collection.
It's funny to say this out loud, but that's really not something that I had thought about, the actual serving ware that would be used and having to make sure that you have enough for however many people are coming to a large event like this, and then having to kind of mix around and utilize different patterns. I mean, we do it in our own lives, so it makes sense.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's deliberate and sometimes it's just a necessity. Yeah,
absolutely. One of the things that you mentioned, it reminds me of something that we were talking about offline earlier, is kind of the arrangement of transforming this space. The White House, like we were talking about the British ambassador's residence, is it's a public-private area.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's private in the sense that people do live there, but it is the people's, it's the American people's place, and so it's public in that sense. But tell me a little bit about what you understand in terms of the planning and the transforming these spaces, because we saw the royal couple come to the White House earlier today. There were a lot of people there. They were doing different things. What all has been happening behind the scenes to try to get these spaces ready for now what's happening?
Well, there's so much work that has to go into that. As you know, there's weeks and maybe even months of planning that goes into this to begin with. And Mrs. Trump has expressed many times throughout her time in the White House, both the first term and the second term, that she does play a large role in designing these dinners and making sure she has a piece of herself in them. And I think we were hearing there's going to be green tablecloths, I think we read tonight, on the tables along with the cherry blossoms. We're expecting those to be set up in the East Room, but the East Room is a very large and traditionally empty room, so there are hundreds of staff members tonight, presumably, who are not only have set up all these tables, but have set these tables. There are florists at the White House who are there all year round, every day, who I'm sure have been working around the clock to make sure everything looks perfect tonight.
This is their moment.
This is their moment to shine,
Yeah.
yes. But it's not just the East Room that will presumably have some decor. There's the green room, the blue room, and the red room on the state floor where guests will likely be mingling. I'm sure all of those rooms have floral arrangements as well. And again, the entry hall where the guests will be coming in tonight, which is, again, as we mentioned earlier, a new thing in the current arrangement of the layout of the White House. So when guests will walk in the north entrance, they're going to be showered with flowers, we're told. So it will be very interesting.
When we think about these state dinner moments, from what we can see, we're not able to see everything. But one thing that we know happens are a series of toasts where the president can give a toast, the invited guest of honor will give a toast, presumably. We haven't heard much from King Charles during this visit. We heard him give his speech to Congress earlier, but that's been kind of it. But we still assume that he will take part in that tradition, as far as we know?
I mean, we will have to wait and see, of course, but traditionally at these events, the president will give a toast and the visitor will give a toast. And we saw Queen Elizabeth on multiple events when she came here as queen to the White House. She always gave a toast. And I imagine that will happen tonight with the king. Sometimes we do get access to see that live, and of course, if we do, we will bring that to you. But that should be happening probably within the next hour or so.
There's so much that happens on nights like this, and it's just really great to have even a little bit of a window into it in terms of AP journalists who are able to be there for parts of this. I believe one of our photographers is actually in that room tonight.
That's right. Alex Brandon is one of our AP still photographers. He is going to be in the room tonight. Our own Darlene Superville, who covers the White House every day, is going to be there as well. So we'll be definitely checking in with them a little later on to kind of get a sense of what they saw and what it was like to be in those rooms.
It's really neat to have that kind of access. I know this is our jobs to cover these kinds of things, but it doesn't happen all that often. I mean, this is really only the second one of this term
It's
for
really
President
the
Trump.
second. What's interesting, because it's the second one of this term, and I believe, if I'm recalling by memory, there was 2 in President Trump's first term and only a handful in President Biden's term. But they used to be a much more frequent thing to have. And I remember a story that was at least reported that when Mrs. Obama became First Lady, Mrs. Reagan, who was of course still alive then, came to visit her at the White House. And I guess her advice was, have a lot of state dinners because they're great for diplomacy and they're great to have a party at the White House. But really in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and even in the 90s, they really were a much more common occurrence, sometimes 1 or 2 a month. But they become a little more less these days, and we're seeing each administration really for the last decade or so only have maybe 1 or 2 a year, depending